I've been living on the road, made a buck of my soul. I've been singing stories to the crowd. It's been a while since I've been home. I think about you every night, wonder what it would have been like if I stuck around and settled down, maybe in another life. So if I fly too far,
Howdy, howdy. Oh, I think the audios need to be fixed. Give me a second. Anyways, apologies for the delay. Just getting some stuff set up. You know how it is with these longer streams. I always have a little bit of scuff before I actually get to the screen, so. That said, put a poll out on Blue Sky earlier in the week, and I got one vote, and that one vote was for drawing some fat, so that's what we're doing tonight. Now, the question is what we're drawing, and that's what I was working on figuring out for the past few minutes, but I think I have a pretty solid idea. It's just a matter of what pose I want to go with. I'm going to draw a couple characters, side characters from a little project I have going on in the background. It's going to be my mink Caroline and the elf Tila. Engaging in shenaniganry. What shenaniganry is the question? Let me see here. I guess nothing better to do with it than just jump right into it. Now that I'm thinking about it, I think it'll be fine. Yeah. Well, came to the right place then. Welcome in, hats off. Also, I forgot to say thank you to everybody who followed off stream. I saw there's quite a few shout outs from RJ and a few follows as a result, so always appreciate that. Actually, come to think of it, I might have actually hit. I did. I actually hit 50 followers. I have to figure out something. I've hit a few different milestones on every platform. Like, not every platform, across different platforms, so. I don't know. I'll have to figure out something to do with that information. Commissions have kept me very busy this month, so I haven't been able to focus on a lot of my own projects. But once I knock out the one that's currently in my queue and the one that's waiting in the wings, should be clearing up right before May. And I'll be doing a celebration for my birthday at the beginning of the month. So maybe I'll coordinate with that. Probably hit me up for another commission. Oh, I appreciate it. Oh, and thank you for swinging by. Always happy to see you in chat. If you haven't already left yet, thank you. Yes, off. Take care of yourself. Trying to think about. If I were to go with this pose, it'd probably take up more of the canvas. Uh, was planning on having something sketched out before I started the stream, but wound up doing a lot of running and didn't actually get to start prepping until about 30 minutes before I hit go live. So that's why we're uh, thumbnailing at the moment. Don't exactly hate this pose, but I feel like that'd be a little bit much to try and execute on stream tonight. I might save this one for off stream, so I think I'm gonna go with this pose. That's a weird effect. Let me change pins. It's just this type of pin. I guess it's a marker, technically. Switch over to a pencil. And actually, it'll darken the line. Let's see. Hold on, I think I have a 3D chair I can use to kind of cheat a little bit. I have too many brushes. Oh, of course it's not popping up with the word chair. Welcome in, Tempest. Glad you could stop by. Currently trying to get this rough sketch done. Decided to draw a couple of characters from that comic I was telling you about the other day. How's it going, Infer? Appreciate you swinging through. Y'all are popping in as I'm still getting the early sketch work done. Apologies, I wanted to have this part done before stream, but life happened and I wound up busy running back and forth a lot of places. Can I just mirror this? Kind of okay, but not sure at the same time. I know that feeling. And I appreciate you coming through. RJ is the man. He's always showing love. Matter of fact, definitely doesn't hurt to give him a shout out. Obviously, you know him, Infer, but Tempest, anybody else, if y'all aren't familiar, definitely go check out RJ. Me and him actually did a Halo Infinite stream earlier this week. Let me believe that's how it's spelled. Yeah, just making sure. Oh, that's not the rotation I was looking for. Oh no. Oh, why did I always jump that far back? Pretty oh no, it's on mirror. Why did I do all that extra work then? I didn't think that through. Oh well. Important part is that we got that part of the sketch down. Alright. So lower the opacity on that. Make a new layer. Switch pins. Been tinkering with this pin a lot. Yeah, no, that's perfectly fine to ask. So it's kind of a toss up. Like I would say collectively, like actually really, really focusing on learning art started when I was 19. Work kind of knocked me out of practice for a few years. So say at least like 10 years of actively putting a lot of effort into learning the fundamentals. But in terms of just like drawing, I've been drawing since I was like 5 years old. Had an older sister who was really into art, and she influenced me heavily into just drawing. And then I got into anime, and it was a wrap from there. Okay. Trying to think. Because I don't think I have a straightforward facing reference of this character. Got her little side bangs coming down here. I will say I still have a long way to go to get to where I want to be with art, but that's kind of the story of any artist. You get to a point where you thought you'd never be, and then you're still looking at ways you could improve what you're already doing. The key thing I would say is just keep chipping away at it. It's never going to be like an overnight thing. Occasionally throughout your journey, you will actually have some strokes of genius, I guess is the best way to put it. But don't put too much pressure on yourself, because like at the end of the day, it's about expressing yourself, and it's about just like the creative freedom to make something from scratch. See, the funny thing about that, Tempest, you say art's not for you, but the fact you're still doing 3D modeling, it might not be digital art, it might not be like quote unquote pen and paper, but it's still very much an art form. It's still an expressive outlet. Hold on. I drew this character with her hair down at some point. Only like once, but that's enough. Okay. Just trying to figure out how the hair would look back here. Welcome in, Shakestar. Oh, I know. I just gotta trick my brain to be nicer to himself. Oh, same, same. I am constantly working on improving my own self worth and self confidence. It's going good. I am currently in the super early stages of the sketches, so it'll be a while before this shapes up into anything recognizable. But if you've paid attention to my blue sky at all, there's a there's a picture of both of these characters. This is the elf that I did the sequence of, and her fiance, the mink. Yeah, I've been struggling with that a lot too. Yeah, it's really easy to fall into that. Starting to realize like there's some benefit in being a tiny bit delusional about your own abilities. It's better to be confident in what you do than overly critical. Yeah, I gotta work on that for real. Yeah, yeah, we are all in the same boat. It seems like. I don't like that facial expression. Oh yeah, I see who this is. Yeah, it's like I was tempted to draw the main characters, Roxy and Tessa, but I figure I'll save all of that type of stuff for the actual comic, which, depending on how long it takes with commissions, I should be started back on working on very actively beginning of next month. I've already got the first 11 pages scripted, started storyboarding them before I got heavily caught up in getting my streaming stuff going. And then I started getting a lot more commission work. And I'm also simultaneously working on my V2 model, which I'm trying to get done before my birthday stream, which will be like the first week of next month. My birthday is the 7th, but I don't know exactly which day it'll be. Wait, is this the spicy habanero freaking comic? That's one way to put it, ass off. And I don't doubt that, Trickstar. I have a very weird taste in music. One of these days, I have to subject you to my old Kawaii Future Bass track list. For the longest time, I was in the top zero, like point zero. I was like top 0.1% of Snail's House listeners every year in fucking Spotify. I still regularly check out their shit. I love their animated music videos. And it just so happens that I also really love Speederoo's work, so considering those two collab a lot just makes me like them that much more. I think they've done 2 different animated music videos for them. Could be wrong. Don't quote me on that. Nah, and for I actually do PNG remix. That's what I'm currently using. But the next model is going to be a little bit more interactive, a little bit more squishy, more toggles and stuff like that. And all of the different outfits that I posted towards the end of last year, I was planning on doing for this model. But when I realized what I messed up on this model, I just decided to make them for my second model. So I have 3 of those 4 outfits already completely made, cut up, and ready to be rigged in PNG. What's the proper name for this? PNG Tube Remix. Yeah, you're definitely not wrong, Trake. Uh, Definitely heavily inspired by Otter Pup's works. She's a master of that shit, so if you haven't, y'all should definitely check out her work as well. If I wasn't a broke bitch, I would have actually just commissioned her to do my model for me, but she's been super helpful in terms of like giving me advice on how to go about making my second version. Yeah, she did an amazing job on Tay's model. Actually, I guess it kind of makes sense for this ear to be pressed under her cheek. Just kind of visualize her like setting her chin on the side of her head. Yeah. Yeah, and for this one's in PNG remix as well, but this is my first attempt as on a model, or this is my first attempt at a model in that software. So that's why like the eyes move and there's like a little bit of like overall movement in the body, but I didn't even realize how to get like proper like I guess you could say jiggle physics. So yeah, next model will definitely be a lot more squishy. I knew something felt off. It'd help if she had eyebrows. Perfect song for this. From all I can tell, the difference between this and Live 2D is that even as a PNG, the physics is lesser, but also Live 2D can go with more rotation. But it's all about rigging it then. Yeah, I would say, like, I did try learning Live 2D, and holy shit. Like, props to all of the riggers out there because I understand on a conceptual level and was actually like I was working with some people because I was actually trying to get a live 2D of my old model like pre-transition, but things fell through. Lost my job, so I definitely couldn't afford $2,000 of work at that time. But the model that I draw myself, I actually got told is pretty good. Like could have been rigged, but when I tried rigging it myself, holy shit, that is insane work. Like takes a lot of patience and a lot of trial and error. Sonia's skeleton, it's a mess. Dude, all of the triangles, all of the little dots, that stuff gets like, it's like conceptually I understand it, but in practice, actually trying to do it myself, oh, it is not light work. Sorry, I got something in my eye. Agreed. Plus, it's expensive as a com and a model because of the time it takes. Yeah, because like even for some of the quote unquote simplest models, there's still an insane level of depth that has to go into properly executing it. And the second you start wanting additional toggles and additional outfits and accessories, the rabbit hole goes deep. Gotta round out the top of these ears. They almost look like hyena ears. Deep is between the piece and flaps. That's definitely an acute observation. Oh, didn't mean to switch colors. I meant to go back to this. I gotta maintains the fairway game bits. It's not much, but it's honest work. And apologies for the low energy this stream. I'm running on about 3 hours of sleep, actively trying to flip my schedule. So next week, I'm not waking up at 4 p.m. all week. My doctor's appointments this week were later in the day, so I got away with my horrible sleep habits. But next week, I actually have to be up and drive about an hour out of town, and I gotta be at that appointment by. Speaking of tired, I gotta be at that appointment by 11 a.m. So I'd rather not be flipping it the night before. It's funny, the only picture I've drawn of the mink is in a bathing suit. And I was trying to figure out what outfit she would wear, but ironically, I don't have to worry about that with this image. Maybe just give her like a cheat little, what is it, like halter top? Just covering the one visible shoulder. I gotta try and fix my sleep schedule, this, especially since I have to endure RE5 with RJ. Sleep is a myth. Yo, good luck with that. Resident Evil 3 is so fucking fun, but I understand why it's infamous. It's unironically one of my favorite Resident Evil games, even though I understand the criticisms of it being one of the worst. But I blame nostalgia for that. Yeah, I might have. I'm a little delusional from lack of sleep, so I might have misspoke. But yes, Resident Evil 5. Now, what kind of top am I putting Tila in? Because I realize I've only drawn her in her Burger Bob's outfit. Like, I could just cheat and just do a short sleeve shirt. It is always an option. Only gripe might be the tank controls, but in some sense, it's not that bad. I say as I'm crashing out with RE4 OG. It's so funny that those are considered tank controls now, because I just got done playing Resident Evil Director's Cut. So, like, RE4 and 5's controls are so much smoother than the original run of, like, PS1 games and, like, the GameCube releases. Alright, let me stretch real quick. I actually need to go grab a drink real quick. Give me 2 seconds. I'll be right back. I call the OG trilogy tanky error controls. Yeah, that's definitely not wrong. That's a accurate assessment. All right, be right back with a drink. I'll start it as soon as the stream's up.
My feet got whiter. I just noticed.
Random.
I know it says that you have when you're pregnant, but I was like, why are my toes so spread apart?
Oh, wider.
Yeah, wide.
I thought you said height.
No, wider. Like I already have wide feet, but they're like extra wide right now.
I have returned. 1, 2. All right. Let's get back to this. I forgot I had this mirrored. But hey, at least RE1 Director's Cut Analogs has one thing the remake never will. Most dog shit song ever made. Look, in my defense, I listen to a lot of Contrast, not just this song. I've been following him since I randomly found Clear Skies. And I was actually like super late to his anime like intro remixes. But I definitely understand how that song in particular isn't everybody's cup of tea. Yeah, but also apparently from what RJ told, if I remember, the composer was deaf. Oh shit! I thought you were talking about Contrast being the Miss Dog Shit song ever. That's hilarious. No, I know you're talking about the song in the basement, aren't you? That fucking weird ass jarring synth. Oh my god. The worst part is it's so unsettling. It actually makes it slightly like scary. Like I'm not gonna say it's like it's good by any means. Oh my god, it is. It's a fucking song if you can call it that. But yeah, no, I was just exposed to that like 2 weeks ago. Dude, oh my god, that song is it's a fucking trip. Residents are evil? Nah, the residents are high as fuck. I I can't even like replicate that song. Like normally I can like do somewhat of like a impression of music, but like that song is an unholy amalgamation of technology and quote unquote music from a very strange time in video games. Oh shit, appreciate the redeem today. Speaking of a new discovery, I learned through Tay's stream that there was a Game Boy Advance port of RE2, and you got about 3 to 4 minutes of gameplay. Speaking of the devil, dude, I didn't even know there was a GBA port of that game. That's fucking nuts. As much as I played Resident Evil back in the day, I figured I would have heard about it, but I guess I was more focused on being traumatized by the N64 commercial for it. For whatever reason, the N64 commercial was nightmare fuel for me as a kid. But I still love the game. Didn't deter me. I was gonna try and have the mink grabbing, but I might just have her holding her, like hugging her. They tried to fit RE games in devices much smaller than PS1. Yeah, it's insane they would try and cram that into a GBA cartridge. Then again, they made a lot of weird games for Game Boy Advance. One of the most, to the point, a Game Boy Color port of one. The canceled Game Boy Color port of one was resurrected by fans. That's fucking absurd. Number one, that they would try to make a Game Boy Color port of that game. And number two, that fans would go out of their way to actually like finish the project on some level. I remember playing Tekken on Game Boy Advance. Bionic Commando on Game Boy Color was one of my favorite games outside of like the Pokemon franchise. Because obviously I played the shit out of Pokemon. Fun fact, I thought that I caught Celebi through legitimate means, and it wasn't until well into adulthood. Like, I'd be willing to say, like, within the past 5 years, that I found out that there, in fact, was no way to legitimately catch Celebi. It was like a special, like, event that you would have to go to in person. And I just did an exploit that I followed a guide on, like, GameFAQs, I think it was, to catch Celebi from, like, a shrine. I don't remember the exact specifics of it, but I feel like it had something to do with, like, Raikou, the lightning dog, cat, whatever the legendary trio from Gold and Silver were supposed to be. I always thought they were dogs. But, I've also heard they might have been cats. I don't know. I'm not an expert on Pokemon, but I caught Celebi thinking it was legitimate means, but it was just a complete exploit. I know there's another PS1 ported in GBA, and it's in 3D. It's Asterisk Obelisk, or Obelix XXL. I think the thing is like a full game. I see long play about 4 hours. What the fuck? They were doing crazy stuff with handhelds back then. Like I said, they had Bionic Commando on Game Boy Color. That was interesting. I might go as far to say as the Game Boy Color version was somehow better than whatever that attempt at a remake was. Let's not forget that someone actually is currently making a port of Mario 64 on the Game Boy Advance. These guys are really insane, and I love that. That's fucking absurd to think about. Okay, something's going on with these arms I gotta fix. What's up?
I was just being nosy.
Hmm?
I was just being nosy, see what you're drawing.
These two from that comic I'm working on.
Those look like male nipples. Is that a male?
She's got a shirt on.
No. Doesn't look like female nipples.
I love you. That is. Caught me off guard with that one. I'm not gonna lie.
Sorry.
No, you're fine.
Caught me off guard. Here, if you need them. I always grab them when I'm
Oh,
bored.
thank you.
Yeah.
Something is happening here with the foreshortening that I'm not liking. Like, do I bring the elbow up a little bit further? Like, change the angle of the forearm slightly? This is what I get for not planning this out better before stream. I don't like that either. Yeah, imagine the basement music in GBA sound font. Oh my god. That would have to be a form of psychological torture. Trying to figure out what I can do with this arm. I'm impressed they tried with RE2. Even the cutscenes are JPEG. Maybe I make her like holding her hand, like her fingers in her hand. I feel like the elbow should be around here rather than like so low. I know her arm is pudgy, but still. I think that's what is messing my brain up on this. Does that look better? I don't think it does. We're going to start these hands over real quick. We're going to make them symmetrical just to make my life slightly easier. And this is completely unrelated to the topic at hand, but I'm happy to see Thought Squad getting as much like traction as it did after Dispatch, because I've been following her since she first popped up on my For You page with her grandma in a fucking ski mask like 2 or 3 years ago. So what if we just... It's going to be symmetrical, so I just need to draw it on one side. Please do not dig your claws into my legs, Sam. I love you, buddy. Oh, the singer of this song. In Dispatch, she played Prism, and she got really popular because the meme, temporarily blind, bitch you blind forever, or whatever she says. Haven't played the game. I've just seen that clip a million times over. But, because of her popularity in the game, her music got a lot more recognition. Oh, what's up, Lexi? Appreciate you swinging through. Going from Thought Squad to No Okay Hand, that is my fucking music taste in a nutshell. Alright. Yes, she definitely has cupcake vibes. That is for damn sure. I'm unreasonably looking forward to this dude's album release later this month. Looking at this work in progress, I can tell. That size isn't the final size. I appreciate that, Tay. Yeah, the way that I figured is this would have been somewhere in the middle of that sequence I posted forever. Obviously, her fiance had a big influence on that final result. I really want to get back to work on this comic. Because these two are just the side characters. The main characters are Roxy and Tessa, the squirrel and bat I posted forever ago. Though I will say, the more that I've storyboarded, the more I'm considering changing Tessa's design slightly. Because as much as I like the idea of her being a bat and having like her bat wings attached to her hands, from an actual like application standpoint for like later in the story, I feel like it's gonna get a bit wonky to draw that way. So I'm tempted to just kind of cheat and give her like the Rouge type wings. Shaped it. Why are you abusing the fat cat? My wife isn't abusing my cat. My cat's a goober and loves the attention. I'm just talking shit to her.
You hear him breathing?
Yes, like I genuinely fear that we might have to put this cat on a diet. He is chunky. Like he is a heavy breather.
Beyond chunky. I think Brady got diabetes.
Oh no, he doesn't really show any signs of diabetes.
The heavy breathing's what makes me.
The heavy breathing, but it always seems like he's kind of had respiratory issues even before he put on the weight. It's just
Maybe he's got
exacerbated.
asthma. Oh my god. He's so fat.
For reference, my cats were my brother-in-law's cats that he rescued. But nobody in my in-laws' house attempted to, like, socialize them. So they were effectively feral when I first met them. But I'm white trash, and I literally grew up in a barnyard for, like, the first few years of my life. We had a trailer in my grandpa's farm area. Like, I'd wake up with cows scraping their ass on our front porch. And we had farm cats. If you have any knowledge of farm cats, they are effectively feral pest control. That is their purpose. Ethically, I understand anybody's concerns with that. But again, I had no control over this. I was 3 to 5 years old. And I was also very determined to love these cats. I got lots and lots of cuts, lacerations, and scrapes from just refusing to let them be feral. And they went from being creatures that would disappear the second they noticed a human and only come out when they got fed, to like actually coming out from the scuppernong vines, which, if you're not familiar, scuppernongs are a type of grape. Very sour, but also very good. But anyways, side point, I socialized feral farm cats when I was like pre-elementary school. So these two were pretty easy by comparison. And now even the smaller brother, Dean, is like a little attention-seeking social bastard. He won't let you hold him super long, but like he'll freak out and act like he doesn't want to be held. But the second you set him down, he's just standing there looking up at you waiting for pets. So
Maybe he'll run away and come back.
what's that?
He'll run away and come back.
Yeah. At most he'll like skitter away, but then immediately come back seeking attention.
And the fat one is orange. You forgot that part.
Say what? Sorry, I have both my headsets on.
The fat one is orange. That's the most important part.
Oh yeah. The fat one is an orange cat and is very much orange cat energy. He'll act like he doesn't want any attention and like be super antisocial, but then the second you stop petting him or like, as I describe it, annoying him, he'll start swiping at you as you go by to get you to come back and show him more attention. I have to stock up on treats so I can bring back the treat redeems I had back when I did like live cam streams.
You just need a cat cam.
Obviously, I don't have a cam, so you won't see me giving the cats and dog treats, but honor system, they'll get their treats.
You said that and Boo got up.
Oh God, Boo heard the word. He said, "Wait a second. I'm getting one of those things right now."
Oh, babe.
You gotta give it to him. Yeah, back then I had two older animals. Unfortunately, both of them have went to the farm upstate, but they both were up there in age. My little Chihuahua Jack Russell mixed Dale, we owned since he was like a few months old. So like, I knew him his entire life. Whittle, when we adopted him, he was already 11,
Mm-hmm.
and at that point, I was just trying to give that cat like a good few years because the start of his life was super rough. Like when we adopted him, we adopted him from a couple that basically left him in a house without power, food, or anything. Then they had the nerve to come back and try and ask us for the cat back. And this was like years after we'd adopted him. Like, part of me, I fully empathize. I understand. I'd want my cat back too. But on a logical level, like,
He was skin and bones.
yeah, how do I trust somebody who when I got this animal, you could literally see a skeleton. Sorry, very random. I have a soft spot for animals, if that wasn't very apparent. Especially cats, but I do love dogs too. I will say it's crazy though, because Dean is like a reincarnation of Whittle. All right, I feel like the hands look much better now than that first attempt. We're gonna ignore the fact that this hand. Never mind. We're not gonna ignore the fact because I can't. I'm OCD about this type of shit. So what we're gonna do is keep as much of the original shape as possible, but we're gonna make it something like that. Maybe scoot it back a bit. So that arm would barely reach around from that angle. I know realism isn't super necessary in these types of things, but like I said, I'm extra with this type of shit. Alright. Feel like that looks a lot better. Then on top of that, I could have swore I gave her jewelry, but I guess not. Sorry, give me a sec. I'm looking for the reference image. All right, so we got that. And then I guess I could have kept the symmetry line, but I also feel like it looks a little bit more organic to actually draw it out without it. Something I won't do. But we see she don't. The lawyers couldn't stop me. I would say this shirt probably wasn't originally supposed to be a crop top, but some things happened. I know I listen to some questionable music, but I don't know if that would get me in trouble on Twitch. If you're curious and you never saw the memes, it's Mona Lisa. I'll leave it at that. Oh god, I learned they ported RE2 on the Gamecom. What the Sometimes it's a matter of not if you can, but if you should. Like, what the fuck even? Whoop. What? Oh, it's because I was moving my mouse at the same time. That was a skill issue on my part. Just reminds me, like, oddly, I know it's not Resident Evil related, but the random ports makes me think of trying to play StarCraft on N64 after playing StarCraft religiously on computer as a kid. Like, props to them for bringing it to N64, but oh god. To N64, as many great classic games as it had some absolutely janky fucking nightmares. Like, I remember being a kid and, like, being on the school bus and all of us talking about how hyped we were for Superman to come out. If you know anything about the Superman N64 game. Yeah, needless to say, it went from a lot of hype to a lot of kids who are upset that they spent money or got it as a gift. Why did I know you were talking about Superman 64 the moment you talked about hella janky in 64 games? Actually, I shouldn't say why, it's obvious. Definitely wasn't just limited to Superman, but that's the easiest example to grab for. Trying to think. I was watching something the other day and they were talking about the Castlevania game that came out for N64. That was like a 3D. It was like the first 3D one into entry, 3D entry into the series. The real question is what should I do for her face? Her face, her mouth specifically. Any suggestions for the facial expression for Tila? Very welcome. I think Mercedes I got pretty well, but Tila's mouth in particular. Gotta love some retro game with either shitty controls, shitty camera, unfinished segments, or bullshit enemies. Yeah, no, that's facts. Game development was was the Wild West. Living through that transition from 2D to 3D was definitely interesting times. Oh, I switched. I've been using pencils and I switched to a pen. Oh well. I say retro, but even modern is still applied. Yeah. Good thing Mario and Sonic did well. Sure, they got some stuff that didn't age well, but they are always solid. Metal Gear Solid. Speaking of, I'm eventually going to play through the Resident Evil series. Not Resident Evil. I'm already playing through the Resident Evil series. I'm going to play through the Metal Gear Solid series. That was genuinely, I mean, honestly, still this day is probably like my favorite series of games. Oddly enough, my favorite game of all time is like Sifu, but that's for very obscure reasons. But there's a lot of close runner-ups, and for the longest time, prior to falling in love with Sifu, it definitely was Metal Gear Solid 3. Like, I already thoroughly enjoyed the series up to that point and was like loving the game so far. But that fucking ladder scene sealed it. Like, that was like the most Kojima shit ever in any video game. The raccoon that can surpass the Metal Gear, especially in weight. Facts. Weirdly enough, as much as I love that series, I played the shit out of Metal Gear Solid 2, but I never owned it, so I never beat it. I always rented it or borrowed it from friends. And because I didn't own it, and these were in the days of, memory cards being like rare currency, uh, me and my brother shared a memory card. And oftentimes, what got deleted from said memory card was games that we rented or borrowed in favor of games that we owned. So I played through the intro all the way up to like, trying to think. There's a few fights that stick out in my head, but I can't remember which ones I played up to and which ones I watched my friends / watched. Like I've watched the entire lore of Sons of the Patriots and like that whole thing, but like physically playing myself, I know I definitely played up to Vamp, but I feel like that fight was super early in Metal Gear Solid 2. With it not being something I played as much as I played Metal Gear Solid, even Metal Gear Solid VR missions I played the shit out of. And then Metal Gear Solid 3 I probably put thousands of hours into, cuz like even after unlocking like all the camos, all like the secret like random shit throughout that game, and like the Ape Escape game, which side note, the Ape Escape game genuinely like arguably my favorite part from Metal Gear Solid 3. There's so many things in that game that I love, but the Ape Escape minigame was something I spent way too much time playing. I did that. I did a playthrough on that one. Like, absolute. Like, I think I managed to not kill anybody except for Vulcan because you have to kill him. But like, I trank darted all the bosses. Never killed any guards. Like on a higher difficulty, if I remember correctly. Because for the most part, it wasn't too bad. But I remember having a lot of trouble winning the fight versus, oh, what was his name? I want to say Pain, but I'm not sure if that's right. The dude with the bees in the cave fight. For some reason, I remember having a lot of trouble fighting him with a trank gun. And then did you have to? I can't remember if you. I don't think you could shrink his mentor. Because I don't even think you have a gun in that fight, right? Isn't it like all CQC? Like she has the Patriot or whatever it's called. It's been years. Like I said, I played that game on repeat. What am I getting wrong about her mouth? Is it just like too high? Or too low, I mean, huh?
Too high for her cheek size. That looks better.
Huh.
That looks better.
Oh, gotcha.
I think the cheeks are just too much.
What if we do it like this instead? Boo boo, chill out.
Except the upstairs neighbor finally took his damn dog He let that dog outside finally, but without the leash. So now he's over there yelling for it. Boo-boo.
Very random, but I think for TikTok I'm gonna try and do some animatics just to not keep spamming time-lapse art and taking forever on animations. I know I've talked about it in the past, but finally reaching that point, I just want to have some stuff to post rather than constantly working on projects in the background with nothing to show for it. Okay, yeah, that looks a lot better. Alright. One last draw over to get cleaner line work, and then we move on to flats. This is more just a fun piece. I'm not going to focus too hard on like super, like not detail, but like normally I spend a lot of time on line work. I'm gonna try and just kind of have fun with it. Not necessarily rush through it, but get pen to paper and have something that I appreciate without being overly extra about it. Because otherwise I could, in theory, be working on line work until the end of stream. And I don't want to do that to y'all. As much as I like that Frinrin piece I did, still have the desire to finish it, but can't seem to find the time. So I'd rather have a somewhat more finished piece. Oh, good call on that. I had definitely been hunched. I will say that's one thing I have definitely improved on though in recent history is like the speed in which I can finish pieces. I would have to attribute that to the volume of commissions I've had and the variety of commissions I've had over the past month. So shout out to everybody who's commissioned me. Not just in the past month, but just like ever. Always appreciate the work, and it also always helps me learn something with every new project. Actually, it looks like I should be doing this. I appreciate you hanging out, Trickstar. Take care of yourself. Alright, let's see here. Did I give her any ear piercings? I don't think Tila has any. Which is kind of a miracle. I feel like I overly use ear piercings, if there's such a thing. I will never understand why. When I get like super concentrated, I'll start clenching my jaw. I just had to catch myself doing it. I've heard that song too many times. I honestly thought I took it off the playlist. You were perfectly fine, Infer. I appreciate you hanging out. Like, don't get me wrong, I always like appreciate having people to chat with, but at the same time, I also greatly appreciate people working. Trust me, nowadays especially, I find myself working a lot more than chatting. I used to be a bit of a chatty Cathy, a yapper, if you will. But turns out when I spend too much time typing in people's chats, I don't focus on the commissions that I'm supposed to be working on while in said chat. So a lot of times I use that in place of long form content because I'm always willing to take suggestions. Ooh, sorry. Something in my throat. Like, I'm always willing to take suggestions for new long form content creators to follow. But currently I've basically run the well dry on topics that I'm interested in. For me, it's just since I don't know how much of anything. I don't know much of anything and just don't know on how to really fit in much. I just kind of stay in the background. No, trust me. It might fool you with my current yapping on this stream, but yeah, no, I completely understand that. For me, especially, it's in like the more private settings, like when I know it's socially acceptable, whatever. Like say, like stream chats with like people that I've become acquainted with. It's one thing for me to chat a lot, but like say even in Discord, like I've tried to get better about being like more social, but I still find myself being super awkward, and then in turn convincing myself that it's better for me to just be a fly on the wall than socialize. It's always a weird balance to find. So you are perfectly fine. Nothing to worry about. I understand it on a spiritual level. It takes me forever to get comfortable in more social settings. I had to, but it hasn't ever really ended well. Especially since I have an odd way of speech. No, that's definitely fair. For me, I find myself being too sarcastic too often. And it turns out sarcasm doesn't exactly translate well in the text format. So after embarrassing myself, I go radio silent for a bit. I have very dry humor, is the nicest way of putting it. And I will say the one benefit I have in terms of like why I can kind of feign being less awkward than I am. When I say that, take that with a grain of salt because I'm a very awkward individual if it isn't obvious. But I was also the youngest of four siblings. So I guess you could say I got coached a lot by people who are far more social than I was. I had quote unquote normalcy embedded in me as at a young age. Is the kindest way of putting it. One thing for me was when I end up asking questions that somehow bothered folks when I just want to know what stuff is, like Mario or Mega Man. Yeah, fair. That's one of those things. Like, it's such a popular thing. I guess I can understand why. Like, people might not understand, but also I'm just awkward as shit. So I try my best to empathize, even if it's something that I personally don't understand. I still try to be as kind and welcoming as possible. I mean, hell, if it wasn't for the fact that I grew up in the time frame in which those games were actually popular and first like coming out, I probably wouldn't even be as knowledgeable on them as I am. And there are people who know way more than me, so I wouldn't even consider myself quote unquote knowledgeable. I just have more insight than, say, an average person who's not interested in gaming. Like, random fun fact. Between the ages of like 2 months and 2 years old, I lived in California. Was actually closer to 3 years. Right before I turned 3 years old, we moved back. But we lived in California, and in the apartment complex that we lived in, one of my sister's friends' fathers was actually an ex Nintendo dev. So way back in like 92, 93, before the days of everybody having internet and being able to go to GameFAQs and stuff like that, my sister actually got taught all of the skips for Super Mario Brothers 3. So like she could beat the game in roughly like 30 or 40 minutes just from like random shit she picked up hanging out at her friend's house. I'm still kind of youngish. I just somehow avoided everything, even in school settings, and my friends were not really into those kind of games. Yeah, see, exactly. You can't expect somebody to know something that's outside of their own personal experience. And as much of a little edgy purist as I was growing up, I used to think like there was no animes better than Mecha, for a good example of my very weird mindset back then. The older I've gotten, the more I've realized like shit's better when you can share it with people. So I try not to be so gatekeepy. Now there's a double-edged sword to that. Like, don't welcome shitty people into your community because they can ruin it real quick. Just see like Jujutsu Kaisen. That community. I love Jujutsu Kaisen. But the meme Jujutsu Kaisen fans don't read their own fucking manga is a meme for a reason, because holy shit, reading comprehension is at an all-time low. And that series is a prime example. Especially after going back and watching that series from the start and rereading a lot of stuff. There's a complaint with how the story ends because people say it's like an ass pull and like just like wasn't well written. But if you go back and like watch what's reading comprehension, can I eat it? If it came in an edible form, the world would be a better place. But yeah, like, not to spoil anything, but the thing that a lot of people complain about happening at the end of that series is literally foreshadowed in like the first 2 to 3 episodes of the anime, if you don't feel like reading. Like, the main villain mentions it specifically by name when it's not even relevant to the plot or story or anything. I've only interacted with the JJK community folks once, and they found me more difference because of me thinking about different types of details instead of just the combat itself. That's the whole fucking point of the series. The series does a great job of fighting. Don't get me wrong, it's a great punch fight series. But like quite literally the author talks about it being based off of something Gojo Meat Riders. Exactly, Lexi hit the nail on the head. But like no real shit. Yes, it has a great battle shonen aesthetic. But Gege literally talks about how it's based off of Bleach and Nin from Hunter x Hunter. If you know anything about either of those power systems, there's some of the most complex power systems in punch fighting anime, in punch fighting manga, whatever, in shonen. So like Gege really set out to have great surface level bullshit that is fun to just watch and enjoy, but it also has depth. If you want to critique the show for shittily handling its female characters, I'll agree with you. Could have done a better job with all the female characters. That said, in comparison to series like Naruto and shit like that, I'd say they were handled moderately better. Not perfect, not even great. Just better than Sakura, for example. But like, yeah, the fights are sick, but I want to figure more stuff out about what happens in just combat. Like experimenting with elements and such. And see, that's exactly the point of the series. One thing that's kind of harped on, it's not flat out said, and I guess that's the problem, is you have this weird dichotomy of people who enjoy the medium who critique the fact that part of the power system is if you explain your abilities, it gives you a power boost. Miwa baby girl. Exactly. But yeah, like, so like you are free to enjoy the surface level stuff. But if that's all you enjoy, don't critique the shit that's actually well done and act like you're some fucking genius. Man, the generational PR disaster that is Sakura will never be forgotten. Dude, don't even get me started. Manga Sakura was so much better than anime Sakura. I will die on that hill. I don't know how she was mishandled so terribly. But like straight up, there's so much in that series that can be appreciated and just gets swept under the rug by Hikari go Donka Donka or whatever the Brazilian song is. Like Doka Doka. If you've seen the meme, you know what I'm talking about. Fuck, add 1 sec. Alright. Oh shit, I should probably manage this better. Alright. Let me know when y'all are back. I think we should be good from what my dashboard's telling me, but I'll give it a few seconds. In the meantime, enjoy a song that is like the context of my life. Alright, welcome back. So, like, the rant that I was going on, Sakura in the manga is so much better than the anime. But, also, one of the biggest things that I hear people complain about from, like, a pure, if you're going, like, literary terms, there's a phrase that's show, don't tell. So the critique that I've heard is basically Gege cops out by making the power system, your power gets a power boost by telling your enemy what your power does. I'm not going to disagree with that critique, but what I will say is if you interacted with the fan base at all, it would be even worse if Gege did not do that specifically. It would somehow be worse than it already is. And that's saying something. It's kind of insane that, like, you have people who actually do have critical thinking skills, critiquing stuff that is supposed to be beneficial to the people who don't, and then you wind up with two parties on opposing sides of the fence both making weird arguments about the same subject. I still never found out why it works like that. Effectively, it's a slight reference at one point early on in the series. I can't remember the exact point, but like, if you look at it from, like, say, a pure physical altercation standpoint, imagine you tell your opponent exactly what you're about to do before you do it, and then still beating their ass. Like, we're talking shonen terms, so obviously, like, there's some fancy magical levels to it. But, like, it's effectively like, if we're gonna make like a sports ball reference, like if you were like, if it was two football teams and one football team told the opposing football team, I'm going to exclusively run the ball, and then still manage to beat the team even with them constantly blitzing, which, if you're not familiar with the sport, a blitz is how you effectively stop a run if it's executed properly. But it's also like kind of like a mental game. And like, I will say, like, if you want to critique that aspect of it, by all means, valid critique. It's not like the best executed thing, but from an author hand-holding their fan base perspective, it's like the only thing Gege could do to try and get through to people who can't comprehend complex battle systems. And yet it still somehow falls on deaf ears. People still somehow miscomprehend what's happening, even when it is spoon-fed to them. It's kind of impressive, honestly. I guess for me, it kind of makes sense, though, in a very odd way, but it's also a very personal experience, so I don't expect everybody to get it. But, like, best example I can give from my personal experience. Growing up, I hung out with a bunch of hyper-masculine dude bros, and being, like, the quote-unquote wimpiest person in the group, I was constantly encouraged to toughen up and forced to box friends and shit like that. So, like, I learned how to fight against my will. And one thing I learned just from, like, being very weird and, like, studying boxing, because it was something that I enjoyed watching, to physically fit men beating the shit out of each other. Who'd have guessed it? Anyways, beside the point. One of my favorite boxers is named Bernard Hopkins. He throws this punch where he flicks his hand out and then throws a quick jab. And he does that throughout the fight. And then once his opponent starts to react to that little flick before the punch, he starts shifting what he does after that flick. So say if he's throwing that flick with his left hand and throwing a straight right after, repeatedly, the second his opponent reacts to that little flick, he would throw like a right hook, heavy as hell, and catch people off guard. And it works. Like, from personal experience, I would be fighting people who were technically far more sound and, like, technically better at fighting than me, and I would still catch them with those punches simply because they were too focused on that weird little hand flick. Ah, yes, men beating each other up, my favorite pastime. Look, I was overcompensating, okay? It was a survival technique, what can I say? Exactly, it is conditioning. You are, in, like, video game terms, it's training your opponent. It's making your opponent thinking your game plan is this, and the second they bite on that game plan, completely shifting what you're doing to catch them off guard. Exactly. That's exactly what it is, and that's why, to me, I don't really see that as like a shortcoming in the series, but I can understand why people critique it. Because from the narrative perspective, from the literary perspective, it can be seen as lazy writing, and it's hard to argue otherwise. And also, not everybody grows up obsessed with combat sports, so I'm not going to expect everybody to either have personal experience in that or have watched the sheer amount of boxing and mixed martial arts that I have. So yeah, y'all are both right. It's weird. As much fighting games as I played as a kid, I don't know the terminology. I was never. My best friend in like young adulthood got me interested in the FGC because he was pretty good at like Mortal Kombat and Injustice and a few other games like that similar type. And then like I found out about Sonic Fox and shit like that, so I was pretty heavily invested in surface level, but I don't quite button mash, but I'm not technically sound at any fighting game. There's no way he grabs it. Exactly. It's funny because like some of my favorite games from my childhood were fighting games. I played the shit out of the Bloody Roar series. I played Tekken to death. My favorite character for the longest time was How Wrong. But then whichever Tekken came out on 360, I played the ever living bejesus out of Asuka. I was okay at fighting games. Called them fighting hurts at one point. Still upset about what they did to the devs. Which devs? Was it one of the franchises I mentioned? Of them's fighting herds. Which Tekken came out on 360? Because that was probably the most technically sound I ever was at any fighting game. And it was purely because of my friend who lived in the same apartment complex as us. Man. What did I say, Lexi? Oh no. Oh, that was actually. I missed that entirely. Okay. That explains why I was confused. Okay. Now I feel a little less lost. I realized like that's something out of my realm of knowledge. I misread your message. That's why I was so confused. Sorry, Fur. Okay. Brain's finally catching up with the conversation. Apologies. It's always unfortunate when corporate heads dabble in stuff that they have no understanding of. But profits. You gotta worry about the profits. Now I want to look this up. Give me a second. I'm Googling what this was. Because now I'm intrigued. Well, I chicken peck my keyboard. shit. That's fucking wild. I missed that entirely. That game looks wild as shit. Heavy My Little Pony vibes. Oh, that makes sense. I'm just now catching up with chat. Nah, them fighting herds used to be a game called MLP Fighting is Magic. Then they got striked by Hasbro and then made TFH with the help from the guys who made Skullgirls. Got the engine and everything, then here comes a big company to fuck them over. Worst part is the last patch is fucking unplayable. Not to mention the whole story mode and other updates all got screwed over. So either play on the last patch that we had for fucking years or play on the broken new patch that's never been fixed. Life is... Yeah, my statement about corporate heads getting involved where they don't belong still stands. That's fucking unfortunate. Oh, this is gonna drive me crazy. Trying to get the face shape right. I'm just gonna... If it works, right? Mind you, the old patch is basically still a beta patch with none of the new stuff. Like, man, the game was solid too. It had a rollback and everything. Ugh, that that is super unfortunate. I'm sorry y'all had to go through that. It's sad when you have nostalgia for games before the ability to like apply patches, because in theory you should always be thankful that patches for games exist. But like with how they're handled at times, sometimes it was better to deal with the broken shit. Because like you could at least have like honorable matches where you just didn't use the broken shit if you were playing somebody who was serious enough about the game. I'm not saying it was better at all. Like obviously, like from a technological standpoint, it's much better that we can update stuff and improve on something that's not perfect when originally launched, but at times it does feel like devs just have decided go ahead and ship it, we'll fix it post launch is the standard practice nowadays. Back in my day, you unlocked characters. Nowadays, you pay for it, DLC. See, this is why I'm disappointed that I didn't stick with fighting games. I feel like my life would have benefited greatly from being more involved in FGC. I know it's never too late, but Ugh. Considering I'm developing carpal tunnel already, I don't need to. I don't need to put that process in overdrive. I spent a lot of time trying to learn Guilty Gear Strive. Honestly, I say a lot of time. Not a lot of time by most fighting game player standards. But considering it was 100% one-trick ponying Bridget, and like I went online and instantly got shit stomped repeatedly, it was not a fun time. Don't tip me, Lexi. Damn it. I bought Tekken 8 and I'm so disappointed with how they've handled it. Honestly, this is a completely unmedical professional diagnosis. I'm going based off of my wife's experience with carpal tunnel. Really, it could just be the fact that, like, my hands are janky from birth. Like, I have a condition called cytodactylism that I didn't even figure out what it was called until adulthood because everybody around me just chalked it up as crooked fingers and moved on. It's never impacted me enough to like prevent me from doing anything outside of sliding my hand into tiny spaces like in between the seat of a car and a door or like middle console. So I never have to reach my hand into dark places and risk getting bit by a spider or something. So honestly, it's been beneficial, but I've always dealt with like random twinges of pain in my hand, and it's not terrible now, but it has gotten worse with age. It doesn't even say it should be running an ad right now. What the hell? Yeah, no, I don't know if you heard the first part of that, but I guess I'll just reiterate. I don't necessarily know if what I have is carpal tunnel. I'm basing it off of my wife's experience as carpal tunnel. Ultimately, I've always dealt with. Yes, I'm definitely interested in playing them again. I don't enjoy getting my ass whooped by randoms. Um, I guess to touch back on my experience with Tekken, the reason why I was able to become efficient at Tekken, I feel like it was 4. I'm googling this. I can't remember. It was the one on 360. Oh, it's Tekken 6. God damn. It was already that far in the series? Welcome back, Yasoff. Now we're talking fighting games. Uh but right after I turned like 18, I was living in an apartment with my brother, and it just so happened that our roommate's cousin lived in the same apartment complex, so we became pretty tight with him. And him and his brothers were disgusting at Tekken. Breakers. Oh, thanks for the follow, Games221. Damn, I need to get a refill on my drink, actually. Let me finish this tangent, and then I'll follow up with that hydrate redeem. But yeah, Travis would like came down, saw me and my buddy, like my best friend at the time, were like really nerdy gamers, like super sweats at any game we played. So he saw the potential in us and would dog walk us with Eddie, but he's like trained us. Like he literally would pit us against each other and then like also have us like go and lab against each other. And over time, we actually got to a point where we were decent as hell, and we were actually competing with him and his younger brother, which is funny because his younger brother was an Asuka main, which is who I wound up maining because I realized like I was a lot more effective with Asuka than I was with How Wrong. And my best friend was a martial law main, and basically, like, we would play the shit out of that game. And that's actually what led to my best friend at the time getting heavy into fighting games, eventually getting good at Mortal Kombat, Injustice, and all that. So, like, I have a vested interest in fighting games. I just don't have anybody to play them with anymore. And what got me into them in the first place was the social aspect, not just the getting good, if that makes sense. Side note, before I go and get my drink, Yazov, I have played that game. I'm dog shit at it, but I do have a download. All right, appreciate the Redeems games. I will go and grab my drink real quick. Give me a few seconds. I'll be right back. All right. Drink refilled. I have done the posture check. I appreciate that, games. There's a V2 coming out soon. I'm hoping to debut it on my birthday stream at the beginning of next month. But we'll see, because commissions come first. Got to make that money. And did I hear Tart? Did I hear hit up Tart? I got you. Also, Power Stone. Why does that sound familiar? I've definitely never played it, but the name sounds familiar. At one point, I was even tempted to try and play Crushing Force on stream, but then I was watching Wolfie work on some assets for the game, and they were talking about like it getting like somebody getting suspended for playing it on stream. What the fuck? Oh, so it's like an arena fighter. Oh shit. How did I miss this game? What console did this come out on? Or consoles, because I see there's multiple injuries. I should make a redeem that I'll Dreamcast and PSP. That's why I missed it. That was when I didn't think handhelds were cool, so I didn't play them. And in hindsight, I'm part of the reason why Sony will never get back to making them. Because I was the target audience who didn't buy. Which in hindsight was really dumb, because, like, the few times I got my hands on, like, friends and family, like, PSP and PS Vita, I really enjoyed them. So I don't know why I didn't ever consider buying them. But then again, that was like when I was a teenager degenerate, so I was probably too concerned with buying weed with my lunch money. I've really been tempted to pick Strive back up with the newest patch. I hid weed in a rubber glove so my mom wouldn't smell it. And she drove me to my friend's apartment. Big brain plays. Speaking of Sony, who do I have to sacrifice to bring back Little Big Planet and Soul Sacrifice? Little Big Planet. Ah, that's a throwback. I'm also a bit of a sucker for like racing games. I don't remember what it was called, but oh, I'm in your DMs if you're talking Strive. I will definitely play it. I'm gonna be dog water, but only way to get better is to play it. Of course, I play into the stereotype of the trans woman who plays Bridget, but I did try learning. Oh, what the fuck was his name? Dude who has like the monster goo summon type creatures. Last time I was playing, I was trying to learn him. I know, I'm cheating, but... Oop. I'll have to adjust this earring, but other than that, this will work. Zato, there we go. Oh, I forgot they put Lucy in the game. Like, I was tempted at one point to try and learn, I'm probably butchering his name, but Potemkin, the big boy. But then I've seen what some people can string together with that bastard, and it's just like, yeah, no, that's a ceiling I will never reach. I remember playing SM64 hack, and Saul Goodman comes out and tells Walter White, you need to use all of him and transform into Soul Bad Guy. What the fuck? I will say the one thing I really do enjoy about Bridget in particular is her versatility. Like, you can kind of zone with her, but then you can also rush down, like, depending on how you're playing. Way back when, on PS2, Potemkin is no longer enemy number one, so you should be safe. When I played on PS2, I think it was Guilty Gear Xrd, if I remember correctly. I played this shit out of... Oh my god, I know he has the most generic name, and I can't think of it. The dude with the blades on his forearms. And he teleports like crazy. Chip? Fuck, I used to know these characters' names. It's been too long. I have the game downloaded. I don't have an excuse to not know these names. But, like, I used to play him a lot. But my brother would beat the dog shit out of me with... Oh my god. Now that I'm actually trying to talk about the game, I'm drawing blanks on everybody's names, and it's annoying the piss out of me. And I literally just thought of this dude's name. The doctor that... the psycho that has the bag on his head and the scalpel as his weapon. Damn it, I know his name too. Like, that's the worst part. Phil. Dr. Phil. It's genuinely irking me that I can't think of his name. Faust. Yeah, so I got deterred from playing Chip because anytime I'd finally close the gap, my brother would basically just sit back zoning me, and then I'd try and close the gap, and he'd pull some bullshit with the scalpel. I can't remember exactly which move combo it was, but my brother was the type of person that made fighting games unenjoyable. Like Mortal Kombat, he just spams Scorpion, like, get over here, until, like, you finally close the gap. Then you close the gap, he uppercuts you, hits you with the combo, gets you out of range, and then goes back to rinse and repeat. Injustice, he played Deathstroke and just spammed weapons. Like, thankfully, I will say, I got decent enough at Injustice that I'd beat the dog shit out of him with Aquaman. He actually stopped playing fighting games after that. I guess because he couldn't just cheese me anymore. But then my friend that I told y'all was, like, super into fighting games, he was actually pretty dirty with most of the cast of that game, but in particular Batgirl. I know Injustice doesn't have the best reputation in the fighting game community. But this was also around launch when there was still hope for the title. I want a slushy and hot Cheetos so bad. Somebody commission me so that I can justify door dashing my wife a slushy and hot Cheetos from 7-Eleven. Thank you, babe. Alrighty. He has offset on it. Thankfully, I will say, with everybody's help with commissions this month, I have been able to cover my medical bills and medicine. So, thanks again to everybody. LMAO, all at the bug. Oh, I just realized I never did this side of her eyelashes. I'm gonna do a little cheat that I like to do, where I do eyelashes on a separate layer and then combine the layers after I've gotten them correct. Apparently my playlist has reached the emo pop punk section, and I'm not complaining. Yeah. I actually got asked about weapons earlier today by Tempest. Uh, So my only rule of thumb for guns and really any weapons, uh, if it's something very generic, no extra charge. I'll include it in like the base charge. But if you're going for something like super specific, super intricate, we should blow up the Bill Center. uh, for like more intricate guns, like say like a Barrett 50 cal or like a Gatling gun, stuff that requires a lot more details and a lot more work to get it to proper scale of the character, I would ask for a extra like intricacy, like the complexity charge. I think it's normally like $10, but with the half off, it should only be $5 more? Question mark. It's been a while since I adjusted my services on VGen. I actually need to get in there and double check some stuff. What if I note the big parts to nail? I'm confused. Elaborate. My brain is not computing. Sorry, Yazov. What mean? This is like a huge long shot. But if you're talking like if it's gonna be like mostly hidden, like say like they're wearing it on like a strap on their back or something, and it's just like the barrel and stock sticking out from like their shoulder and waist area, that's simple. But again, that's a reach. I'm trying to decipher that last message. I'll submit and you. I'll submit and we can figure. Okay. Oh, looks like we got an ad coming up soon. I don't know what it's for, but I put in the request. I appreciate it. Oh, damn, ads going. Once the ad's over, I'll I fucking can't. Y'all are amazing. I appreciate it. All right, ads finished. I appreciate that, Tempest. I just let my wife know she could order her chips and slushy. That's what it was for. It's one of those things I know, like, VGen's a little bit, like, delayed on releasing the money, but as long as we know the money will be there, everything's covered. It frees up money now, so it's much appreciated. It's one of those things I don't know how great hot Cheetos are on a developing baby, but I also won't deny my pregnant wife her cravings. The irony is like she didn't even like fuck with hot Cheetos that much, but it's probably because I am a hot Cheetos girly. They grant the child fire resistance. Yeah, fun fact, Tempest. When I first rebranded to Country Tart, my original model was a cowgirl, so we had worked out a cow girl and bunny girl combo because she wanted to kind of like match my theme. Actually, give me a second. I'll pull up the original thing. So I'm honestly considering offering it as one of my first adoptables because I put so much work into it. But since I just kind of retired my cowgirl, uh, she opted to go back to her old succubus design that I spent a lot of time on back in the day. So hold on. That was my wife's bunny girl. That was the original Kawaii Tart. And I don't even think I have any proper reference material for my cowgirl. But this was my PFP for the longest time. That was the cowgirl design that I had settled on. But since I opted to go with my fursona, my wife isn't a furry. She's going back to her succubus. Let me see. I need to finish this. But in case it's not super visible, that's our succubus design. I tried to convince her to stream, but she's convinced she won't be good at it, even though I know she would be. I had a lot of fun with this design. Those are the thumbnails for tonight's sketches, or tonight's design. Good, bad, fucking have fun. That's kind of the point I tried making to her, yeah, it's up, but she won't listen. A nice model and the funnies. That's right. Help me peer pressure her. Like, effectively, that's what we were doing earlier when she was sitting behind me and we were talking. She just doesn't realize that's really all it is. Trying a chunky deer for a Super Bowl event. Have you not been listening to me yap all night? Like 90% of what I do is overshare. It's not my proudest moments, but it keeps me rambling, so I'm still drawing the wrong layer. Whoops. How many different layers do I have going on here? Holy shit. Let me make sure I didn't combine the wrong layers, but I think we're good. Alright. At least we didn't draw on like the absolutely wrong layer. It's just all duplicates. I don't know what y'all are worried about. I was literally talking about breaking feral cats at like 4 years old on my grandpa's farm 2 hours ago. Might not be proper etiquette, but I've always been a bit of an oddball. I've never fallen into like standards or practices. Trying to conform did more damage than just having fun. So yeah, I feel you on that. I, I, I spent many a years like playing the mental gymnastics of convincing myself that I was just friends with a lot of furries and had a lot of knowledge on the furry community for no particular reason. Definitely wasn't a furry. Totally not one. I'd agree, but I'm still trying to find people that like my tastes, and it's not easy. Like, don't get me wrong, it helps to have people who are into like similar stuff, but I'd say like the most important thing is just people that don't judge. Like the best example I can give is like my best friend in real life has no interest in any of the shit that I'm into, like in basically any fashion, but he still occasionally pops in a stream to show support for the homie. If it's body type furry and you can art it, I'd suggest art fight. Personally, I'm just that funny little teehee. I got a friend who's exactly that's like it's one of those things like don't get me wrong, it is definitely nice to have people who are into the exact same stuff, but most importantly, it's just like not to be reductive, but associate with people who aren't judgmental assholes. We live in a society, no, but really like our culture is unfortunately super like puritanical by design, and people have been conditioned to be judgmental because it's easier to judge than it is to try and understand. Funny. I guess this is normal at one point, then I fell face first hard. This is a very weird fact. But when I was drawing the original sequence with Tila, this song had just released, and I was basically listening to it on repeat the entire time I was drawing it. Many yes, I'm not listening to it, but for you, next few weeks, I'm like, okay, so maybe. Yeah, but isn't that the whole point of self exploration or whatever? Hold on. Just realized this eye needs to go down a few hairs. Oh, they're just into other stuff. How are we looking? Okay, cool deal. I feel like this song needs to be my wife's succubus's theme song. Is this already replaying? Did this play already tonight? I swear. Spotify is the worst sometimes. But I also listen to the same music too much, so I can't even say for certain. Okay, so we are finished with Mercedes. Now it's just a matter of finishing up Tila. I don't get it. I'm not even getting a notification that ads should be running right now. It's saying that another ad shouldn't start for 15 minutes. Are the ads finally finished or are they still going? Okay. Yeah, no, I was saying while you were gone, for whatever reason on my end, it's like in the middle part between what's supposed to be two ad breaks. It doesn't make sense. It doesn't even give me the option. Like, it doesn't give me the option to, like, pre-roll them. Like, say, for instance, if I wanted to, like, knock it back from, like, 30 minutes between each ad, I'd have to run a 3-minute ad. But it won't even let me run a 3-minute ad manually. Before my stream Sunday, I'll go in and tinker with my ad settings. Because from a viewer's perspective, I know how annoying that shit is. Like, don't get me wrong, I understand the corporate viewpoint of it, yada yada yada, I gotta make money, that whole thing. But at a point, it ruins the user experience. Oh shit, I appreciate it, Yazov. Alright, I've got some work to do. Alright, hold on, I gotta... Alright, alright. I I shouldn't have an issue with that. Um, rather than spending a bunch of time now, I'll shoot you some DMs and we'll like iron out the details of it. But I got you. That's perfectly fine. Look, I did the work that you paid me for. Beyond that point, it is yours to use. That whole clause that I have in there for like the 3 times the price is specifically if I was ever to be approached by a corporate entity. I doubt that would happen, given my portfolio, but you never know. So cover your bases. Would it be better practice for me to specify that? Yes. But I also feel like any people who regularly commission me, I would hopefully would be comfortable enough to ask me about that, and I can clarify. But at the end of the day, I'm not expecting anything beyond the original agreed upon price. I'll corporate you as a corporate entity if I make a game. I appreciate it. I ordered sheets and also got a pretzel. Nice. I do need to stop being lazy and just take the time to organize a playlist of artists that I know are fine with you using their music for streaming and videos. Like I know like Good Kid is outwardly expressed they're not concerned with it. I know Snail's House said they don't mind it, but they'd appreciate it if you like contribute to their Patreon or at least like buy their records through I think Bandcamp. I think they use Bandcamp? Question mark. I wonder if Porter Robinson cares. I know actually surprisingly Riot Music also doesn't care. I found that out right around the time is it Echo? The green haired guy in Valorant dropped. I know there's Echo in League of Legends, but is his name Gecko? What's the green haired guy in Valorant's name? Why do I keep getting to pins ads? That I can pay VGen in USD. Alright, I'm like 90% sure that this playlist is replaying songs at this point, which is ridiculous because I have 5 hours of music on here and I've only skipped like 4 songs. I think the reason depends. I'm cheating to get clean lines on this. Don't judge me. Hmm?
I didn't know where Boo Boo was.
Oh. Where's the song request? I'll have to set that up. I'm slacking. I need to get some more point redeems set up because I've even thought of a few tonight while I was streaming. Like I know I need to put like save as an option. Damn, there's another one that I was thinking of and I already forgot. Damn, now I can't remember. I had an idea for a redeem that would have worked really well, but now I can't remember it. Sound request wouldn't be a bad one. I wouldn't charge anything crazy for it. Honestly, might do it at just like 1 point just to limit the amount of song restrictions. And can only handle so many versions of Ram Ranch. Line work is finished.
Are you coloring it?
I'm going to do flats. I can get flats done in 30 minutes. As long as the design isn't too crazy, flats are not too difficult. What's New Pussycat times 30? Uh. Oh yeah, my animal treat redeems. I need to set that up. Penis music times 10. See, that's exactly why I would set it to limit per like at least intervals of time, if not just per stream. Everybody gets one every 15 minutes. I mean, y'all. Well, then again, with the suggestions, I can't. I was about to say, y'all can't say trash music when you hear my playlist. But then again, I know songs like Ram Ranch exist, so if we can even call that a song,
What's that?
it's not anything you want to be associated with. I first heard that song when Sneaky from LOL, his chat kept just spamming it repeatedly during a stream. Okay. Get rid of sketch layer.
Does Twitch let you have explicit music or no?
What's that?
Does it let you have explicit music on Twitch or no?
Not technically, but I have it set to a different channel so it doesn't say to my VOD. So unless they flag me live, I'm fine. So maybe one day I'll get caught. Until that day comes.
But you can curse on stream. It's not like.
Yeah, it's weird. Big Dick Randy 5 times. Town Inside Me. The irony is I have Town Inside Me on one of my playlists. My wife can't stand that song. Like the first time she heard it, she's like, what the fuck is this?
I don't know what it is. I don't know titles.
Huh.
I don't know what song it is. I don't know.
If you heard it, you would know.
I was wondering why you were bringing that up.
Hmm?
I said I was wondering why you're bringing that up, but you're copying the colors. I get it.
Yeah, color sampling. Oops, wrong layer. Yeah.
That's cheating.
I almost forgot the cheeks. Can't forget the cheeks. Or I guess would that technically be the jowls? Yeah, semantics. I can just save it and come back and delete it later. Alright. Because there's actually another pose from that series of thumbnails I want to use. I just didn't think I'd be able to cram it into this stream. I know this song is 100% a meme song, but Big Dick Randy is fucking hilarious.
Need a cat cam. Just for the babies.
Just stream longer. Honestly, with the art streams, I don't mind going over a little bit because it was the weekend. But today, I am dragging from the 3 hours of sleep. Welcome in, Tekinchi. I just took my last gulp of drink, so I'll have to refill soon. We'll see if I can last till the end of stream or if I need to step up and grab one more refill. You're perfectly fine. I appreciate the alert. Hopefully our random ramblings have kept you entertained. I know the discussion topics tonight have been a little bit random, for lack of a better term. Yes, this coming up Wednesday, we are going back to Raccoon City. Yes, this elf actually originally appeared in a sequence I did for Thanksgiving of last year. And then funnily enough, she wound up fitting into Yuri that I'm writing, so she's now a background character in that story. And that's her fiance, who also happens to be a mink. Yes. Oh, speaking of, I never asked you if you could beat Goku. I don't know. It depends on the physics of the universe we're in. I think I could pull like some D&D strategies and fall far enough to like have like falling damage and like have the extra padding. But Yuri on Rice. But if we're like talking like Dragon Ball Z universe, unfortunately, I'm not pure of heart, so he spirit bombs me. Worst case scenario. Roll a D20 to stuff the alpha food. Yeah, I decided to have fun with it, and like rather than having like a purely anthropomorphic like furry universe for the story, because the two main characters are actually a bat and a squirrel. But because I'm a nerd and love D&D, I decided to just anything goes in terms of fantasy races and whatnot. So what you're saying is if you can sit on Goku, you would. Precisely. Gravity. I like physics. I'm a nerd for physics. I have spent too many hours listening to random scientists talk about stuff that is out of my depth, but still somehow comprehend a decent portion of it. I love string theory. I'm not pure. What the fuck is these ads? This is what I'm saying. Alright, I think y'all are back, but I'll wait for y'all to confirm. See, that's what I'm saying. These ads are so inconsistent. Because I know Sluggy subscribed. I believe Yazov subscribed, if I remember correctly. Streamer can totally destroy Goku. Yeah, so yeah, Yazov is subscribed, so I know y'all wouldn't see the ads. But, like, the ads haven't even been lining up with the timer that I have on my screen. And dear God, I'm just now realizing it's only 15 minutes between ads. That is ass. Jeff Bezos. That's a new one. I like it. Oh, I just noticed I need to fix this line work, and I can't leave it alone, even though this is like a quick picture. I've gotta go back in and fix it. Oh, nope. There we go. Yeah, no, I totally should have clipped that Goku quote. I might actually go back and do that. I honestly put way too much thought into my response for that, I have to admit. If it helped, yes. If it helps, I would say she's probably about 5'3" or 5'4". Her fiance is probably about 6 foot. She's like hunched over her back in this picture. She's got like a longer body. What would win, Goku's Spirit Bomb versus a gigantic raccoon ass that may answer? The answer Mesa Spirit. Let me look at this reference photo. Actually, I need to open it anyways. I need the color pick from it. Alright, where are you at, Mercedes? There we go. Yeah, I'll match her headband to her blouse. Top 10 anime battles. Do we offer our power to either, or is it only the spirit bomb that we can power up? You offer power up by buying the streamer hamburgers. You're golden. I knew what you meant. Thank y'all again for coming in with the clutch commissions and enabling that purchase. Oh, you okay?
Yeah, about late shit.
I heard.
These damn cords.
I know it could be bucket painting this, but sometimes I just get in the habit of physically coloring it.
Stop right there. Yes.
I'm hungry, so I am thinking of food. I'll push these ads off for another 2 minutes, so they're or 5 minutes. Ooh, it was generous this time. Coop's probably thinking of food as well.
Not her having her kid bring us the food.
I respect it. When I was their age, I was helping on the farm.
Gookie, he's like 10.
The children yearn for labor.
Yay.
Oh, didn't mean to do that. Don't even know how I did that, honestly. What did I do?
Oh my god.
What?
They only gave me one. They didn't give me the rest of my stuff.
What'd they give you?
They only gave me the pretzel and the drink. So either they took it. Oh no! How am I gonna fix this?
Report it?
There was supposed to be like chips and everything.
Yeah, that's insane. They must have missed a bag or something.
Yeah. Let me figure this out.
I'd say send the picture to DoorDash and.
I ordered off of the Sheets app.
Oh shit. Trying to think of what you can do in that scenario.
Yeah.
There's got to be a way for you to submit like an error. This is the spirit bomb inflation the gods foretold.
Yo, she missed 3 items.
That's insane. Apparently our driver missed 3 items. Feels bad. It's one of those scenarios where, like, I wouldn't care too much if it was my stuff, but it's my wife's stuff, so that's what makes me annoyed. Okay, just making sure everything's in the right layer. DoorDash, you've asked for refunds too many times, so no. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I'm thinking because we ordered from.
Just missed a bag, but I got
Yeah.
you some nuggies and they didn't even bring them.
So no, then those should have been in the bag because that's the hot
she
food.
might have took them.
Yeah, no, I'd report that shit. That's wild.
Yeah, so I can either get a refund for $11 that they'll put back on my card or a Sheets gift card.
I mean, if you want to do the gift card, we go there enough. That's gas money, if nothing else. But you can always just be snacks either later or tomorrow.
Yeah, because I think I could just put it on my Sheets app.
Because that's insane. We shouldn't have to deal with that.
Yeah.
At least they're not as difficult as DoorDash has been lately.
They just gave it right back to me.
Too many people have like
Well, I
scammed
didn't get my
DoorDash.
hot Cheetos.
They,
Oh, well.
they wait. They didn't give you that.
No, she didn't give me my
What
hot
the
Cheetos.
fuck? The whole reason. Oh, that's ridiculous.
That's what I get for ordering it instead of not being lazy and getting up and going.
But no. In all fairness, my chat supplied that so that we could expedite the process.
Yeah.
That is not. That's ridiculous.
Give me a refund. I'll get
Yeah, at least we got the refund, so like it's not all lost. It's just unfortunate.
The Cheetos will wait till tomorrow.
Explain that to my unborn son, not you.
Right.
Sheets.
He was excited in there, kicking and shit. nacho cheese for my pretzel.
What the fuck were they
It
doing?
was probably in the other bag.
That is insane.
I can't refund my nacho cheese. It wouldn't give me an option.
I'm in a bit of disbelief. That's
Me
insane.
too. Who wants a dry pretzel? Never again. Lessons were learned. At least I got something.
This is one of those situations. I'm normally on customer service workers' side because I've worked enough customer service in my life. But like,
She saw how many items, like you see.
yeah, the amount of items on top of the fact like you had your kid deliver everything, which means you probably had your kid go in the store.
Yeah, and it shows you how many items are supposed to be there because I've DoorDashed before. DoorDashed a lot.
And here I was laughing at the fact she had her kid doing it. That's what I get for.
I mean, it would be one thing, but it's at night. It's pitch black
Yeah, I wasn't even
out.
considering that. It's 11 o'clock at night.
And you was like 10. And you looked miserable. I felt bad.
How do I report child labor violations?
Right. Poor kid.
What accent color am I doing for this outfit? Oops. You're American, right? I would guess gun. Fucking done with you, ass off. Ah, yes, nothing quite as good as whiny vocals over banjo or acoustic guitar. I love me some folk punk. Not a gun, tears in my eyes.
This would have been good with some nacho cheese.
If you've ever seen Brand New Animal, Mercedes was heavily inspired by the mink from that show. Not necessarily like design, but just like the fact that I really wanted an excuse to draw a mink. That white guy musician music, but I respect it. This is just like the Pokemon evolution of pop punk music. This is like one of those disappointing evolution trees. Like it started off with like a really cool little guy, and the middle one was like pretty cool but a little edgy, and the third one's just like, what the fuck happened here? But it's somebody's favorite, and I'm that somebody. This is oddly a weird amalgamation of like all of my favorite types of music. I liked the MB Bear from that show, but also was there a second season? I don't think they ever gave it a second season, which is a travesty. If I'm wrong, let me know so me and my wife can watch it, because that was one of our favorite series. We watched it when we first got together.
What was it?
Brand New Animal?
Oh, B&A?
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought they didn't have a second season.
Yeah, to my knowledge, they don't, but
It
like,
was so good. It was
I would be happy to be wrong.
that was one of my favorite ones.
What's funny is I grew up as one of those kids who absolutely hated country music. And like nowadays, I'm sad that I can't afford Noah Kahan tickets. I don't think he's technically country, but country enough that I would have hated him as a teenager. I don't know how I feel about pink. I'm trying to think of a good accent color for this teal. Red? Do we just go red? You know what? I fuck with it. If anybody ever makes the mistake of redeeming that karaoke redeem, I will sing at least one of his songs once. Depending on how embarrassed I am, it might be more than once. He feels a weird dichotomy of like, I would highly recommend him if you're going through some shit, but I would also highly recommend avoiding him if you're going through some shit.
Who?
Noah Kahan.
Oh yeah.
Like, I don't know how else to explain it. But this fucker got me through some hard times, so I appreciate it. Time to save Tim K.
Well, he likes the pretzel. He's kicking me.
Say what?
I said, well, at least he's liking the pretzel because he's kicking me.
I don't know why, but when I drew that, like her lipstick, all I could think of is Metalocalypse when Nathan Explosion is talking about somebody having thin Glenn Close lips. Just trying to remember how I did her eye makeup.
Have you ever had a pickled egg?
What's that?
Have you ever had a pickled egg?
I have not.
It's like I don't know if it'd be good or gross.
Hey, Chad, have any of y'all ever had a pickled egg? And if so, is it good or is it gross? Oh. There's a big section right here. Oh, that's the wrong tool. Matter of fact, why am I doing this on this layer? I can just do another layer. This is the most random song on earth, but I love the lyrics from it. I gotta find the opposite for now draw her pregnant. Saw somebody on Blue Sky actually did the meme of like, hey, weight gain artist, I want you to draw a weight loss sequence. I'm not gonna lie, I giggled when I saw it. Hold on. I have to share this blessing.
Oops, excuse me.
Schmacko Fats. up. I have to get the spelling of this. If you ever want to get a kick out of something, look up the English translation for that song.
Oh my god, I'm sorry.
The fact that I am managing to actually be wrapping up the flats on this right as we hit 11 o'clock, it is a sign the universe provides. I couldn't have timed it better if I tried. And this is even after yapping so much this stream. Which, no, don't. That's not like a complaint. I'm actually happy that I wasn't just silently mouth breathing into the mic, because that doesn't make for the most enjoyable VODs, let me tell you. I've tried going back and rewatching some of these VODs that I have the music turned off. Yeah, no.
I try to warn you when I hear you mouth breathing.
Alright, now just for the chair backs, we'll use the uniform color. We have like a gray color in here. I guess we can just alter her hair color a little bit. All right. I could have just changed the paper color, but I'm stubborn and just want to do it this way. All right. Can actually say I finished the art in the time frame I was aiming for, in a fashion that I was looking for. So, mission accomplished. Thanks everybody for hanging out. Appreciate the emotional support and all the company while I went through all of the chaos that was this stream. And like I said, next stream I'll try to have the ads fixed, so it'll probably be the 3-minute breaks, just so it breaks things up a little bit more. And you're not, when you're sitting through the ads, it's just done at the end of it, and it doesn't come back around for like at least 30 minutes, if I'm understanding correctly. I'm trying to work. Best tip for world building is don't do more than you have to. if you spend too much time thinking about details that are like effectively irrelevant to your main storyline, you can spend a lifetime coming up with a world that doesn't like up ever really rear its head. I appreciate it, Tempest. And again, shout out to everybody for coming through. Appreciate everybody hanging out. Trying to think. I'm gonna really try and push through to get my V2 ready, like my new model ready for my birthday stream, so y'all can look forward to that. I have the Jet Set Radio stream coming up. And oh yeah, before I forget, Tay actually has a new model coming out, so it doesn't hurt to shout her out. If y'all haven't already, definitely check out Tay or Take Two Action to see her new model coming up soon. I'm gonna try and get a piece for her to throw into her little what is that thing called? I'm trying to think of the proper terminology here. My brain. An art showcase, yeah. So be on the lookout for that too. I should be in her art showcase in some form or facet. And other than that, we got Jet Set Radio Future. This Sunday will be the absolute last stream. I'll power through whatever to get the 100% done because we got the more difficult stuff knocked out last week after a bit of struggling. And then going forward, I'll have to figure out what I'm doing on Sundays. So, y'all have any suggestions? I'm all ears. But other than that, here's that shout out before I actually hit send. Definitely check out her channel and stop by when her new model comes out. Who do we have live? All right. Trying to see. It doesn't seem like anybody I'm following is doing art. Anybody got any suggestions in chat? You know what, screw it. It's always safe to read out to Otter Pups, and it doesn't look like she's been going for 10 hours this time, so she might actually be on for a while. Y'all take it easy. We'll see y'all this Sunday. Take care of yourselves. Thanks again.
Left for Dad. One of the.
Huh?
Said the suggestion
Was left for
left for it said dad instead of dead. I didn't think it was gonna do all that because I followed. Yo, I don't know. I really feel like she might have stole my food.
What?
I really think she stole the rest of the food.
Really?
Yeah, because she was like, when I went out there and opened the door, she was like looking at me like suspicious, and then when I picked up the bag, I was like, wait a minute, and then she like pulled off. Unless the son just went in there and only grabbed 2 things and didn't.
Sorry, babe.
I'm just like, that's a lot of stuff.
That's insane.
It's a lot of stuff, and you only came out with 1 light bag.
Yeah.
I would have been like, wait a minute. You know what I'm saying? Something's not right. But if you're having your fucking child, dude, it's not his fault. He's a child. And he was a boy. They can't find shit as is. Why would you send them? And 11 at night?
Yeah, no,
And
everything about that's
our
weird.
apartments, I'm sorry, they're kind of sketchy. They're not like the sketchiest, but they're not sketchy. I'm surprised there's not like some hoopling and hollering out there. It's actually pretty quiet tonight, knock on wood. It's Friday night. I'm sure that kid would rather be home playing video games.
Right.
I'm not doing. Only time I would do that to my kid is if they wanted to go with me. You know what I'm saying? They're like, Mom, please. But I'm still not letting them at night go up to the houses. You stay in the car. I'll run here. You just watch the car. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, no, that whole thing was
Like, Caleb likes to go dumpster diving with us, but won't get out of the car.
right, and like that's what I'm saying.
And that's fine. He likes to I think he likes to drive and see what we get, and I think he just likes to be with us.
It's one thing if you can tell, like it's like a whatever.
I was looking at a poor kid, and she was a fucking white lady, and he was a mixed kid. Yeah.
Yeah. No.
And his hair was all
The
disheveled.
more you tell me about it, the more it seems like that was some sketch shit going on.
And because you were trying to stream, I couldn't say what I really wanted to say.
Yeah, because it would be fucking Xinjiang all over again.
Oh my god, I'm black. I know I don't sound it, and I know I look Mexican, but what do you want me to do? I don't have many options, okay? It's
I
not.
can't hear you over the fan. Sorry.
Oh.
This door because I'm about to blow it up.
Come here, Dean. Come here, Peony. Come on. Come on. Come on. It's a love. Yes. Come on, my son. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. You want come on? Go ahead. Boo boo ups. Good boy.
Oh my god, I'm still using the bathroom, but that video you sent me, I saw earlier. Oh my god.
The deer?
The deer.
Did you see the comments?
No, I'll have to look it up.
The comments is what got me.
Leaving the door open so I remember to double flush.
You remember to flush again?
Yeah. Part of it didn't want to go down apparently.
What's your other commission for?
Which one? I've got 3 now.
I thought you just got one on that stream.
No, I've got 2 on that stream and I had 1.
Oh shit.
Yeah. Okay.
See, just use my pregnancy.
I was talking to Tempest earlier this morning about it because I was finishing up hers. Hers is the slug.
Yeah, the donut butthole.
And when I asked that, Yazov had actually said earlier in the stream, I'll probably commission you again before the month's over.
Mm-hmm.
And I was like, that's cool, just let me know. You know what I mean? And then
So big.
And then I already had that one that I told you was the Pokemon one from the return commissioner. So, oh, fuck.
Your poop stink though.
Yeah, no, that fucking.
Can you shut that down?
I'm gonna wait for.
I'm sorry.
Oh, never mind.
Sometimes it'll continue to flush because I've been having intestine long poops, and it takes a while to flush. Like my whole, babe, my poops will curl. They'll still be in one piece now.
Dude, what the fuck is every Friday when I take my shot?
Oh.
It's the worst shit.
Are they long?
I mean,
I'm wondering if it's the hormone because my poops are really they're
I
they're
swear
one
it is.
solid piece.
I swear it is.
And my poops used to be watery
Ooh.
from my surgery, but now I don't have surgery poops. I have these butt breaking hole poops, and I don't like them.
That fucking. That stream was funny, man. Like fucking loser EXE or Lexi was like, would you beat Goku? I was like, I don't know, it depends on what universe we're in. Because if we were in like a practical, like in a different universe, I would just pull some D&D shenanigans and kill him with falling damage. I was like, but if we were in his universe, like he'd probably kick my ass in worst case scenario. I'm not pure of heart, so you could just spirit bomb me.
I don't get why we have seams.
That.
Yeah, like what is that?
What am I eating now?
I don't know, cause I tried to get you food. I even ordered you a bag of chips with it.
I feel so bad. I even said on stream like.
I feel bad.
If it was my stuff, but it's the fact that you were ordering stuff specifically for you.
I ate a dry fucking pretzel. That was so disappointing. Look at Boo and his little Dorito chip ears. They're shaped like little Doritos, aren't they? Like little Dorito chips.
Your mommies are struggling tonight. Whew.
What do you mean tonight? I struggle every night, and we gotta move the bed. I am getting too damn big.
Yeah, no, I've been meaning to do that.
It is so hard when I have to get up and pee, and because I have like dead legs on top of
I was actually thinking about
being ginormous.
I'm like 99% positive. Oh wait, never mind. Defeats what we're about to do. I was gonna say that shelf could be against the wall, but if we're scooting the bed over.
I need room to walk. I need to be able to roll out of the side of the bed. It doesn't even have to be that much, just enough for me to shimmy on by.
Yeah, no, we'll literally just use the width of the tables. As long as I have this table width, I'll be fine.
Yeah. The fact you said the T word and Boo came out of bed.
That was hilarious.
I was like, damn it.
Oh, I'm gonna remember to set up my point redeems.
My nipple came out.